Speed the horses.
All right. I have 4:35, and at this time, we will convene the meeting of the Canyon City Commission. And with that, Commissioner Kramer, would you lead us in the invocation?
Yes, please pray with me. Father, we come to you today, Lord, and we ask that you be with us as we hear the reports today. We ask that you help us to have the wisdom we need to make the correct decisions for this city, and we ask that you continue to be with all those that are battling the weather and the cold temperatures and the issues that have come from that. Lord, we ask that you place your hand upon each of us and lead us and guide us through your word. In your name we pray. Amen.
Right hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, item number 4, approval of the minutes of the meeting of December 10th, 2024.
If there are no changes, I move we approve.
Second.
I have a motion and second. All in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. All right, item number 5, public comment. Comments from interested citizens.
I don't have anyone that has signed in, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Item number 6, consider and take appropriate action on ordinance number 1219, an ordinance of the City of Canyon, Texas, removing real property from the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the City of Canyon on petition of landowners and reducing the ETJ of the City of Canyon in accordance with such action and providing for an effective date. Greg?
Well, good afternoon, guys. Lucas is skiing and having a good time with his family up in upper New York. So you got me. So, well, on January 3rd, 2025, the City of Canyon received a petition for release from our ETJ pursuant to Section 42.102 of the Texas Local Government Code. The petition includes 2 parcels located on Pondaseta Road, owned by High Plains Developers LLC and CM and JH LLC. This property is approximately 70 acres. The documents in your packet include the petition, a legal description and survey of the properties to be removed, certifications that signatory authority, and formation of the documents of the LLC. Section 42.105C of the Texas Local Government Code states if a resident or landowner obtains the number of signatures on the petition required under Section 42.102 to release from the municipality's ETJ, the municipality shall immediately release the area from the ETJ. However, Section 42.023 states that the ETJ of a municipality may not be reduced unless the governing body of the municipality gives its written consent by ordinance or resolutions. These sections are conflicting in nature as to the authority of and responsibility of the City of Canyon in response to these requests for the release of the ETJ. So to ensure clarity, City staff recommends that the City Commission adopt ordinance number 1219 to remove the real property described in the submitted petition from the ETJ Canyon in accordance with Section 42.023 rather than by a simple vote or other recorded document as implied by Section 42.02.
City, that's just.
Yep, just what we've done before,
where we're
sir.
at. So,
This isn't contiguous to the city limits at all.
yeah, so.
Staff has no issues.
To adopt ordinance number 1219, removing real property from the extraterritorial jurisdiction of the City of Canyon pursuant to Section 42.023 of the Texas Local Government Code.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt ordinance number 1219. Is there any further discussion? If not, all in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes. So. All right, Greg, I guess you're up again with item number 7. Consider and take appropriate action on permit to keep livestock at 409 West 6th Avenue.
Yes, sir. Ron Brewster and his wife have submitted a request to keep livestock on their property at 409 West 6th Avenue in accordance with section 3.02.002C of the city ordinances, code of ordinances. They were previously granted a permit in June of 2024 and are requesting a renewal for 2025 calendar year. The City of Canyon zoning regulations and animal control ordinance prohibits livestock in all areas that are not zoned for agricultural use. This property is zoned SF5, which is single-family patio home. The property is suited for livestock along with others within a 500-foot radius that also have livestock. The property owners do not wish to seek rezoning as they may subdivide in the future. The request for these and the specifics are in your packet. Ordinance 3.02.002C requires a permit to keep livestock on in other than agricultural areas and must be granted by the city commission. These permits expire on December 31st of each year.
So if you remember correctly, that Lucas has already done this once. These have to be re-upped every calendar year.
So this isn't one that could go for a 2 or 3 year permit?
No, it's this. I think it's the way it's written in the ordinance.
So there is not a way to do it for a couple of years?
I don't
or-
believe so, sir. I think that's just the way it's written. It's annually.
No, let's amend the ordinance.
Yeah.
Move we approve.
Second.
Have a motion and second to approve. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. All right, item number 8, consider and take appropriate action on ordinance number 1220. Ordinance of the City Commission of the City of Canyon, Texas, amending the city's budget for the fiscal year beginning October 1, 2023, and ending September 30th, 2024, as adopted by ordinance number 1183, providing for an increase of expected revenue, expenses, and transfer of certain funds, providing that prior parts of ordinance number 1183 inconsistent with or in conflict with any of the provisions of this ordinance are hereby expressly repealed to the extent of any such inconsistency or conflict, providing for severability and providing for an effective date. Joe?
All right, thank you. If you recall, we do this each year after we get pretty well done with our audit preparation process and preparing of the annual comprehensive financial statements. And so we're bringing this to you this evening to go through this amendment and point out some of the highlights and ask for your approval of this ordinance to amend the city's budget for fiscal year 23-24. I'm going to start with the general fund. I'll just kind of go through these. I've got each of these pages in this Exhibit A numbered. This first page is the revenues of the general fund. Overall, we had to reduce the budget or amend the budget for a reduction of general fund revenue of about $1.5 million. The total of that, planning and development building permits, just building activity was slow, so that's $104,000 decrease. Franchise fees were down. Most of those related to natural gas. I believe natural gas prices being XL, Atmos, and XL being because they charge a fuel factor, which is predominantly natural gas. And then, of course, Atmos and West Texas Gas directly affected by gas prices. Also, municipal court fines, we had to lower that due to less activity. Fire department grant, if you recall, we had budgeted for a SBCA air pack equipment grant. We'll see, we didn't get that grant, but you'll see here in a little while, we went ahead and spent that money anyway to make the purchase of that equipment due to the safety of the firefighters. Sales tax, we reduced that by $346,000, which had that over budgeted, as I've talked about all through the fiscal year. And then transfer some utility funds, $755,000. That was just due to a lack of excess cash in the utility fund to account for that. So that's the revenues in the general fund. In the expenses of the general fund, first of all, in police, here at the top, you see, well, go back down. So at the top, you'll see there, those first 4 or 5 line items, those all have to do with compensation and benefits in police. We had a number of longtime police officers that retired. So there were several factors that affected us on that. We had to pay out significant amounts of accrued time on each of those long-term officers. And then also in compensating for their leaving during the time of rehiring and also the training of new personnel, there was the need for overtime of the remaining officers. And then just all the officers working more hours. Those officers are paid hourly, so all of that translates to increased payout and then the benefits that go along with that, the payroll taxes and the retirement. Going down to, let's see. Skip on down to firefighters. So down in Department 300, right here, stop there, please. Thank you. So the firefighting equipment, you'll see we had to increase that budget for $127,934. This is related to that SCBA air pack equipment that we mentioned earlier. We didn't get the grant for that. We had budgeted for going ahead and purchasing 9 units of that equipment if we didn't get the grant. But we decided to go ahead and purchase all 30 and replace it all at once because all of it was getting aged. And this way we can replace it all at the same time. And it's, as Chief Gwynn explained, it's all consistent. It's all interchangeable. It's all usable from the same combination of equipment. And we don't want to be mixing all that up, so we just decided to go ahead and do it all at once. So we got hit both on the grant side, not getting the grant, but we also got hit on the expense side of that as well. If you go down to the next page, there's actually a $237,000 reduction in street expenses toward the bottom. Go back up, I'm sorry, 401, don't stop there. We did a cutback on the number or the amount of the number of streets that would be seal coated, the linear feet that would be seal coated. So that was actually a reduction in the budget of $237,000. For the CAP, just in total, we increased expenses at the CAP. That's just directly related to increased activity. So as activity went up, we had more expenditures for inventory and supplies, electricity, everything that we do just increased the expenses associated with increase in revenue. On the library, 404, there at the bottom you see we're needing to amend the transfers out for $96,000. This was the first payment that was due on the building, on the roof. The roof replacement right at the end of the fiscal year. That was an unbudgeted expense, so we had to amend for that. If you go on down to the bottom of the general fund expenditures, just keep on going. On that page, I think. Okay, so right here in the middle, a few things I want to point out in that 430-8999 transfers out. We're increasing that by $111,000, almost $112,000. This is the cash that was transferred to the CIP fund for the Brown Road Railroad crossing. This was to cover our share of the engineering costs that we're sharing with the county. Total expenditures were increasing by $479,000. All these things that I've highlighted. And then in addition to that is this transfers out of $305,000. And that's the general funds portion to purchase the building at 1401 4th Avenue. So in total for the general fund, The net effect is 2.3 million. So that's a reduction of revenue and an increase in expenses. So it's we had budgeted for a break-even budget. Reality, we had a 2.3 million loss in the general fund. Moving on to the utility fund, we did amend. This was kind of an opposite story. We amended the revenues in the utility fund to increase by a little over 800,000, 817,000. Significant factors in that were water and sewer receipts, and that's just due to increased usage. Also, sale of assets increased by 85, almost 86,000. That's the resale of the water rights, if you recall that. Going down to expenses in the utility fund, not much to mention except in Department 502. This is water distribution down toward the bottom. I keep right there. That 92,701. This was a transfer to the CIP utility, unbudgeted transfer to cover the cost of TxDOT utility relocation projects due to TxDOT doing work out here on Hunsley Road and VFW Road. Beyond that, let's see, if you go down to the bottom, 525, Department 525, keep going, right there. We're increasing regular salaries there. 525 is our IT department. We had an unbudgeted hiring of an assistant for our IT director, and so that's the cost of that. And then down at the bottom there, debt service, you'll see we're putting back 1.5 million, or reducing expenses. And I talk about this every year as well. In the utility fund, it's like a business, so we have to account for things on the accrual basis of accounting, which means we have debt up in the assets, up in the balance sheet, And we budget though, when we budget for cash flow. So we budget for all of our debt payments in the utility fund. That's what the 1.6 million was, but 1.5 million of that was principal payments. So when we reclassify everything at the end of the year for our annual financial report, we put that back up in the balance sheet. So that's the reason for that. Just below that, the transfers out, we're amending that to increase by 169,000. And this is the utility fund's portion of the cash needed for the purchase of 1401 4th Avenue. So overall, we're increasing the net position. We budgeted for a net zero. We're increasing for a 2.3 million increase. So accrual basis, we'll have a 2.3 million increase in the utility fund. And just keep in mind, that's not all cash. A lot of that's capital assets and reduction of debt. In golf, we had a 234,000 increase in revenue. That's just an overall increase in activity and additional transfer from the utility fund. We also have an adjustment in here from the expenses for health insurance of 105,000. And if you recall, this is part of it's related to the retiree OPEB liability, other post-employment benefit liability, which is only touched at the end of the fiscal year based on what our actuary tells us. And for a long time, I think we've accounted for all of that for the enterprise funds just in the utility fund. This year I broke that out so that we're accounting for golf's part of it in golf and the utility funds portion in the utility fund. So that's why that big hit is appearing there to hit golf. That liability actually came down a little bit overall, but we didn't have it allocated amongst the funds like we should have. So that's a correction for that. Overall, that's all I have in the way of highlights on the main funds. I do want to go all the way to the bottom of of this schedule, Megan, and talk about the CIP funds briefly, on page 15. So on the expenses for the CIP general, you see there we have an increase of the transfer, and I just want to point this out. This is where we transferred the money from general fund, the money from utility fund, and the majority of it coming from the CIP utility fund for the ARPA funds that we had designated for other purposes. This is where we put everything, and then we turned around and purchased the building. So the 3.4 that's coming in, 3,469,000 that's coming in, and then you see we're amending down on the line, that's 21,413, 4201. That's the 3.2 million going back out for the purchase of the building at 1401 Fourth Avenue.
Is that 2.16, is that what you're saying?
What's that?
Okay.
3,241,000 is total
4201.
total purchase of that building. In the utility fund, we had, this is a little convoluted just because, again, it's an enterprise fund, so we account for things like a business. So we're capitalizing all the expense going out. Everything we spend here is with capital assets, and so all that gets capitalized at the end of the fiscal year. Although we budget for that cash flow going out for our budget as an expense. So we're converting that, but also that transfers out. You see a 2,160,945. That is the CIP, that's the ARPA funds that are being transferred back up there to CIP general for the purchase of the building. So, all the other changes are just amendments, or just reclassifications amongst the line items. So you see those all net out to zero, and this will provide for us to have a zero net effect whenever we present that schedule in the financial statements that shows the original budget, the amended budget, and then the comparison of that to actual. No variances on that. Do you have any questions on that? I went through it pretty rapidly. If not, we'll ask you to approve that ordinance. Because we are changing the budget, the ordinance is necessary. Because we adopted an ordinance to set the tax rate and to set the budget, and we're now modifying that, so a supplemental ordinance is necessary to do that.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion or questions for Joel? All in favor of the motion, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Okay, Joel, item number 9, consider and take appropriate action on presentation of the annual report for downtown tax increment reinvestment zone number 1, City of Canyon, Texas, tiers number 1.
Okay, this isn't very exciting either. We presented this report on tiers number 1 at their board meeting on November 7th. We've also filed the annual report using the information from this with the state comptroller, and we've sent this report to the Randall County judge and also to Joe for their information, and we've done that in compliance with the requirements of the legislation that provide for the establishment of these zones. Just to hit the highlights, back in the numbers on the report, page 3 of the report, toward the bottom, maybe, you see there the value and how that tax increment is being captured. So the first year, the city's base value was $19,621,000. Now that value is now $23,147,000. So we've captured 3.5 million. And just for comparison, last year, at the end of fiscal year '23, that value had gone up to 21 million. We captured just under 1.9 million this year. So this year we've captured another 1.6 million. That translates to dollars in that we've billed for the county for their share 14 million. This is on the next page, Megan.
14,000.
14,000?
I wish.
Still talking millions. We can dream, can't we? So property taxes from the county was 14,000 and the city's portion was 13,836. So we already had 29,000 in there from the first year, so now we're up to 45,000. So it's steadily growing. I think we'll see a more significant increase this next year with the addition of some new businesses in that zone and some improvements. Any questions on that? Okay. If not, I'd ask you to approve that report and we'll get on with another year.
So one thing we did do when we bought Gold Star, we affected that, correct?
It will take it off the tax roll, but it wasn't very significant on the tax roll as it was. It was valued pretty low.
Okay.
Like less than half of what we paid for it.
Second.
Motion second to approve the peer review. All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Joe. Item number 10, consider and take appropriate action on resolution number 01-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Canyon approving an interlocal cooperation contractual agreement between the PRPC and the City of Canyon for contractual services of grant administration of the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program application and authorizing the city manager to sign the agreement. Chris?
Good afternoon, Mayor. We had applied for this grant previously and were awarded. This is for the purchase of generators for some of our water infrastructure. It's for a total of 5 generators. It'll cover 4 wells and one of our pump stations, the Kim Road Pump Station. It's out north of town. 2 of the wells are at Kim Road and 2 of those are over off of Brown Road. So this is just the agreement. Our desire is to have PRPC administer that grant for us. And manage that through the process. So this is the funding is here. The federal funds for that are $780,581.16. The local match is $86,731.24, which I'm told the majority of that is already budgeted. We are still lacking like $17,000 that I'm sure we can pull from somewhere. But anyway, so this is just to enter into that agreement with PRPC. Joel's got a check. So, this is just to have the agreement with PRPC for them to administer that for us. Happy to answer any questions.
The grant administrative funds for PRPC is completely funded by the grant. It's not in that number.
Well, it does feel kind of good. Totally unfunded mandate turned into a largely funded one.
Sure, absolutely. It's nice to have for sure.
But that doesn't cover all of our wells.
No,
many
that's
more?
that's just enough to hopefully get us by in an emergency.
How many more would you need, Chris, if you were gonna put one everywhere?
A lot.
Oh, we've got 30, 38, 37 wells.
Yeah, but active wells, 25, 28 wells active, Eric. 33 active. The hard part is the temporary nature is supposed to be no longer than a week at most. So if it goes longer than that, we'll be in trouble. We'll be in bigger trouble than that.
We are currently working through a minor change in scope for that. We feel that a couple of the generators initially were sized incorrectly. So we're working through that with PRPC.
At the end of the day, this ought to have us a pretty good shape, ice storm or whatever. I mean,
Yes, sir.
this takes care of it.
And We already did a generator at 4th Street.
That's correct.
And Eric and his crew did that already, so that need is taken care of, correct? Correct.
Move to adopt resolution number 01-2025.
Second. Diesel generators, I believe.
You have a motion second to adopt resolution number 01-2025. Is there any further discussion or questions for Chris? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chris. Item number 11, consider and take appropriate action on resolution number 04-2025, resolution of the City of Canyon, Texas, supporting the acceptance of Category 9 funding through the Amarillo Metropolitan Planning Organization, MPO, for the 8th Street Sidewalk Project, and authorizing the city manager to act on behalf of the City of Canyon to execute the advanced funding agreement between the City of Canyon and TxDOT. Chris?
Yes, sir. So similar, this is for the advanced funding agreement to enter into with TxDOT. We were awarded for a sidewalk project, multimodal project along 8th Street that will connect the intermediate school with the junior high. I don't know if you guys have ever been around there during school pickup, school drop-off. It can be a nightmare at times for sure. So we're fortunate to get this through the MPO. The advanced funding agreement was in your packets. That's a draft copy. There may be some minor changes to the agreement itself, but the funding should not change. This is just to authorize Joe to enter into the agreement with TxDOT.
We're the first Category 9 funding that the MPO's done. So we're the first guinea pig out of the gates.
What is Category 9?
It is centered around multimodal. So sidewalks, bicycle, striping to help with that. So we look at Safe Routes to School as a program that this is kind of memorialized after. I don't call it that anymore, but we basically had met with our school district to look at how we could improve our sidewalk system between and with the schools, and we worked with their administration to get some of their thoughts and ideas and on our thoughts and ideas. This one was definitely probably the top on the list. A, because it's affordable, and B, because those are so close in between each other on top of it. So still $1 million project.
And they're helping us with that funding also, not only just the idea, but we're partnering with them, and we appreciate that.
We do. The current status of this project is we are eating the engineering cost on this. It's an 80-20 grant match on construction. And TxDOT Engineering will administer the construction project. So our engineer will not oversee the construction. They're just doing the design work. That design work has to be approved by TxDOT and get through all of that. We're having to pay some of those fees to do that. And then we'll have a local match, which is at 20%. And that's that 238 amount-ish. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to make this summer. With TxDOT in this process also has to let the project out, aka bid the project out, and there's just not enough time between when we were working on this before Christmas to get there. It wasn't going to work, and so we visited with school administration. How much of a difficulty would they have if it did overflow into school? Their preference would be for it not to, and so in order for that to be completely prevented, we have to wait for the following summer. So this would occur within summer of '26. We should be shovel ready and ready to go, and we would probably bid out a year from December, a year from November.
Yeah,
So this coming November.
As soon as school is out.
This coming November-ish, late fall is when we'll bid.
And it'll be for the construction of a shared use path, so it'll be bike and pedestrian on one side of the road, and then just sidewalk for pedestrian on the other side. We're excited about this, and I think CISD is as well.
And this one we've had citizen requests for too.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for us, for sure.
It's a lot of foot traffic for schools between those two campuses, so.
I move we adopt resolution number 04-2025.
Second.
Have a motion and second to adopt Resolution 04-2025. Is there any further discussion? All in favor, signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes. Thank you, Chris. All right, item number 12, consider and take appropriate action on ordinance number 1221, an ordinance amending Chapter 2, Administration and Personnel, Article 2.07, Municipal Court, Division 1, generally of the City of Canyon Code of Ordinances by amending Division 1 by adding 2.07.001-207.09, establishing the municipal court as a court of record, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for amendments to the Code of Ordinances, providing for a cumulative repealer clause, providing for savings, providing for severability, providing for engrossment and enrollment, and providing for an effective date. Chuck?
Thank you, Mayor. We have met concerning possible creation of a municipal court of record. We got together in a meeting with Joe and John and I, Lucas and Craig, I think were there, and the chief and Matt were there, talking about the advantages of creating a municipal court of record. I think there are advantages to the city of Canyon. What's kind of been holding us back up to now is the possible cost of a court reporter. However, advancements in technology make that not a hurdle anymore. I previously, I think, mentioned it to the commission just in passing, but after the meeting, we've pretty much come to a consensus that it's advantageous to the city of Canyon to have our own municipal court of record. The law does provide for recording proceedings by electronic means, and if a notice of appeal is filed, then you can have the company that provides the software for the recording actually transcribe that for appeal. And it's got to be sealed by a certified court reporter. That company provides that service. There's no need to transcribe it if you don't have an appeal in that case. It's only a transcription requirement if it's appealed. And if it is appealed, then the defendant's going to pay for the transcript on the record that they're taking an appeal on. So we're looking into the cost. I expect will range $5,000 or $6,000 a year for the software to do the recordings. The disadvantages are nominal compared to the advantages. Judge Cates is qualified to serve in the capacity. All our staff is in place. Court Administrator Sheila is qualified to do this, well qualified. She's got every certification I can think of that you would need to be a court administrator, juvenile case manager, and municipal court clerk. Both Sheila and the judge do training with other municipalities, and so really we've got a court security officer, bailiff, and Robert Ruiz. Really all we're missing is the electronic recording portion, which we can arrange for very easily, and that will handle our municipal court of record requirements. Talking with Judge Anderson, he was a prosecutor in Amarillo. When Amarillo went from a court not of record to a court of record, and he said, my prediction is it'll cut down your right now appeal is de novo for a brand new trial.
Will you remind the commission of how that works right now, being a non-court of record, and how it would work being a court of record, Chuck?
Yes, sir. So when you have a case in municipal court right now, when we're not a court of record, if you just don't like what happens, or if you do a process called plea appeal, you just take it up to one of the county courts of law and you start over. You get a brand new trial, you start all over. You start from scratch like it never happened, and you start all over again, which is kind of a cumbersome procedure. When we have a court of record, then you have to appeal based on the trial record. So in other words, you got to point out errors of law or misjudgments on the factual presentation or the evidence. And so I'm gonna let Judge Cates speak to this here in a minute. I'm gonna make a couple of remarks, but one thing we are going to ask John Smithy's office to do, Joe's been in contact with his chief of staff. They're willing to help us out with this. We would like appropriate legislation introduced to make sure our charter provisions on residency are superseded, so we don't have that problem. The law currently provides that we can create the court of record by ordinance, which is what we propose today. In drafting this ordinance, presenting it to the commission, we're going to create a court of record. The second piece would be for the State Representative John Smithy's office to take this to the legislature and get appropriate legislation, which would just simply be a local bill, to make sure our charter provisions are superseded with regard to residency. Because the Chapter 30 of the Government Code provides that you must be a qualified attorney in practice for at least 2 years and be a resident of Texas. It does not impose a residency requirement that you live within the municipality, which would help us out. It'd broaden our base on recruitment, not only now, but going forward. So we've got professional staff in place. Our municipal court, I think, is in better shape than it ever has been since I've been here. I've been here a while, so I think that's saying a lot. And I'd recommend the ordinance. Judge Cates, would you like to make some comments? You have extensive experience with this court, so.
I think it's really gonna cut down on our appeals. You know, in Amarillo, it's a court of record, and that's where I came from. And those commercial drivers just don't appeal. Here, they sure can, because you might as well try all over again, and that's what can happen here. So I think it's gonna help that. It's gonna help with the search warrants, both for code and for the police department. So I think it's a win-win for everybody.
I do too, and Judge Cates touched upon something I think is going to be real important, is nuisance abatement warrants. Right now, we're going to have a hard time with those, helping Craig out if he got a nuisance problem. Once we have a court of record, that will become much easier and more readily enforceable. It'll help keep Canyon clean. So, questions?
I'll make a motion, we adopt ordinance 1221.
Second.
Have a motion and second to adopt ordinance number 1221. Is there any further discussion?
I do have a question. What other steps are taken after we take this action tonight?
After we take the action, we're going to go ahead and transmit our official action to John Smithy's office and ask him to follow it up since the legislative session has now begun. We've been planning this move for a while. If the commission acted on it, we were going to be able to submit it through John's office, and he's indicated that would not be a problem.
Great.
If there's no further discussion, all in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. The motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 13 is to consider and take appropriate action on resolution number 03-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Canyon, Texas, approving the Texas term sheet negotiated by the Texas Attorney General's Office for the benefit of the state of Texas and participating political subdivision evidenced by a formal agreement date May 13, 2020. Chuck.
Thank you, Mayor. I have been in contact with the Texas Attorney General's office concerning the opioid settlement program. Ken Paxton's office sued various manufacturers several years ago, and it resulted in a settlement which is referenced in the caption. It's the settlement agreement is dated May 13th of 2020. What that does, that allows the state of Texas and participating municipalities who agreed to the terms of settlement to receive proceeds as defendants settle these opioid cases. City of Canyon has already received some money from this. We will receive more as settlements are allocated. The people at the Attorney General's office tell me that likely we're going to look at being allocated $66,000 in settlement proceeds. We don't know exactly when that will come in. A lot depends on the terms of settlements as they collect money from the companies, and some may be structured settlements payable over a period of time. So, but anyway, our allocation is going to be based on a percentage of how many municipalities participate. Counties are also eligible to participate, and there's really just the term sheet kind of lays out how you can use the money. It's really for educational or law enforcement purposes related to our municipal preferences. So essentially, this allows us to keep our portion that's allocated to Canyon on the settlement. What I'll do is go ahead and send this on down to the Attorney General's office tomorrow. If it's acted on favorably by the commission, which I would recommend, and we can keep the money we've already received, and we'll be eligible to collect money in the future based on the settlement proceeds. This has really been spearheaded by the Attorney General, but he was able to get other municipalities to participate in it or be cut in on it. So.
Move to adopt resolution number 03-2025 as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the resolution as presented. Any further discussion?
Yeah, do y'all talked about your plans with that money?
Just hypotheticals, nothing concrete yet. Just kind of wait.
We've received just under 10,000 on that so far,
So thus far, Joel,
9,800. That's over 2 years. First year was like 8,600, last year was 1,400.
Is that like a time limit you have to spend that money in? Or?
Not much information provided. There's not a lot of restriction.
There is not a time limit. You have to spend the money, and there's not an audit requirement with it. So basically, we're agreeing to the term sheet. We're saying we'll apply the terms of settlement, but they don't put a time limit on you as far as spending the money.
What if those SROs could use it for prevention programs or something?
possibly, more than likely it'll go to police department.
You know, at one time, we had talked about that as a possibility, education and prevention. And that's really kind of one of the main purposes that they identify as being useful for the funds.
Especially if there's no ties and, they're not specific that you have to buy some certain types of pamphlets or something that's worthless. Those SROs pretty much know what they need and what's gonna hit those kids right, and they can come up with some really cool ideas.
That's a great idea.
Give them some money, I bet they could spend it.
Yes, sir, and that would be good because that would give the SROs a lot of discretion. They can talk to the chief and say, here's what we need, and, chief can send it through the chain and get it approved.
Great.
Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
Chief's staring at me.
I
wanted to do something.
All right, item number 14, consider and take appropriate action on resolution number 02-2025, a resolution of the City Commission of the City of Canyon, Texas, establishing legislative priorities and adopting legislative agenda for the 89th Texas Legislature, including any special called sessions and the interim. John?
Thank you. This is a process that we started when Joe got here. This is something that is important to us all, but it was something that Joe was really important to, and he wanted us to get started on it. So we've done this with each one of the legislative sections since he's been here. As you well know, just last week the legislature opened, and bills and things started flying in. There were already proposed ideas, but things started flying in rapidly. Bo and I sat through an hour and a half, I guess, last week of TML webinar, and they already had a list of things that, shall we say, concerned them. And they went through those, and we took those lists down and I did an email and passed those out to the rest of the staff of things to start to look at. But this idea is that the city has things that benefit us, and there are things that as a community we feel like we should support, and we'd like you all to show support through the legislative agenda. And as you move on down, you can see the staff would the legislation that staff would closely monitor, the things that concern us is the eroding of municipal authority in any way, which we continue to see as something that's occurred. Imposing further revenue or tax caps of any type, eroding municipal authority related to developmental matters, including respect to annexation, eminent domain, zoning, all those type of issues that we've begun to see, in some cases slowly, and in other cases immediately be eroded or things that we're not able to do. Eroding the authority of the cities to adequately be compensated for its right-of-ways. We know there's been changes through the years with the use of right-of-way and also the use the fees we collect from, help me, Joe, I'm thinking
Yeah,
of
the
telecoms and various services.
providers.
Those providers, we've lost some of those funds through the years, and those are things that just happen. And then limit or prohibit the authority of city officials to use municipal funds. That's one of the things that, once again, the legislature is looking at. And the legislature there's already been several bills filed again where we could possibly be not allowed to join TML, Texas Municipal League, which is a group does great service for us. They also act as advocates. They have to register as lobbyists, and so the legislature is not very kind to municipalities, and if they're associated with lobbyists, they don't like that. They think that's not a correct use of city funds, and we feel like the TML staff is in Austin. They're there, and when they call for we're going to have a hearing on this in 15 minutes at someone's desk. We're going to have a discussion of something. TML can run and be there, and we'll miss that. There's no way we have any way to be a part of that. So that's something that's come up again. Other things that we would like to encourage the commission to support would be addressing the extension of the City of Canyon's past 2014 local option election for alcohol sales to newly annexed areas for the City of Canyon since 2014. We found out as on VFW Road, as other restaurants opened up, they weren't part of, or want to open up retail, they were not part of the 2014 election. At that point in time, whatever was in the city, whatever was annexed, whatever was part of us, fell into our new laws associated with alcohol. And so now we have new entities that would like to come in, and they're not able to follow those same rules. I.e., they would have to go back to the one card. They'd have to be a club of some sort again, which is a step back, which certainly is a hindrance for those businesses. It's a hindrance for those landowners or developers that are trying to sell to those locations because they're not able to offer that. Joe has worked with Smithy's office, John Smithy's office, and has lined it up where they will work with us. And once again, if we move forward with what we want to do, he will work on creating a local bill for us that will allow that to happen. We think that's something that's got to be a problem in other locations. Whether they're speaking up about it, we don't know. We know it's a problem here for us.
But is this just a one-time deal for us, though, the way we're approaching it?
That's the message I've received.
That whatever was in the city limits in
It would be for Canyon, Texas, America.
2014,
For Canyon, but only what was in it that,
We would have to have, there's two prongs. You'd have to grandfather everybody in since 2014 and anything new.
would
The
come
way,
into
the
that.
way his staff has mentioned, the way John likes to draft the bills because it doesn't get opposition and it's pretty shoot-through. As long as we do this bill regarding our municipality, it has a higher likeliness to pass and not draw any attention. That's been his style.
And it does state future, right, Joe? That's what you're
Yes,
saying.
two-prong
Anything
would be,
future.
anything since 2014 would be grandfathered into it, and then anything new.
So anything, so 10 years from now, we don't have to do it again?
Correct.
So-
Correct, anything that comes along. I have not seen the bill, they were working on it. I have a call into them later this week or early next.
Otherwise, something new would either follow the old rules or would try to get a petition and try to have an election and do all those kind of things. The larger entities participated in that election last time, the larger businesses. Once they have what they want, they've done what they need to do. So the participation, if I'm just opening a restaurant and I want to have the same rules as Joe Taco, it would be very expensive for me as an owner to try to work through that process on my own. Isn't that right, Joe?
We'd have to do the same thing that we did, or that happened in 2014 again. That's the only way. You couldn't just do it for that area.
And then also attached as Exhibit A is a list of other priorities. Hopefully you all had a time to look over those. They are very general. And they are things that, as a staff, we feel like are just positive things for our community. Whether that deals with housing, expansion of broadband internet, we would of course support that. Open meetings, open records, virtual court of record, we would certainly support those type of things.
Our big job generators.
Yes. Public safety, public advertising, water resources, legislative, I mean, all of those things that we felt like would be positive for our city, for our community. We've tried to list some of those out there, including working on I-27 and continue it of the MPO funding projects around our area. Was there anything else, Joe, on those specifically you wanted to highlight?
No, I modeled this off of Amarillo's, so that's what I did last time, and I modeled it and made it our own. So a lot of stuff in here. I don't think there's anything too massive, but that Joe had already gone over. Continuing to work on the development side. Obviously, we've been very conservative on that, allowing ETJ releases. There are a lot of cities that aren't doing it at all, on the other side of that threshold. So we've been very conservative. Housing has been a huge issue, and anything we can do to address shortages and affordability on housing should be warranted at all cost. Some disaster and emergency stuff that continues to be a very, very big subject. More and more disasters continue to go. Just continue to allow more disaster funds allocation is a big one. We have received quite a bit of money in my short time here on that. On the economic development one, I thought that was a very big one. Continue to allow tax abatements as well as 3D agreements, but also just from the state level to continue to support West Texas A&M with state funding, as well as Powder Canyon and Panhandle Plains Historical Museum and any other major economic drivers in our communities, just to continue to promote those. I did on the public safety one of the hot topics, is continued advanced cancer screenings, especially for firefighters. It's a very, very tough topic right now. I know I spoke with Chief Gwynn and Assistant Chief Woodfield about that last week, and I think Amarillo's starting to do some mobile stuff, and we're going to look at that, but that definitely needs to be a priority. School security's in there. We all know we're having to take that by the horns, do some of that.
Also, on the school security, also listed in there's the fact that we know that that's a mandate and that's an unfunded mandate, and we feel like there needs to be support for that. We agree with that program. We support that 100%, but we also feel like we need some assistance with that program.
Go over public advertising is a challenge these days with the newspaper. It gets harder and harder every day, and continuing to push for electronic notices above public notices. Increasing the threshold for $50,000 to $100,000 on purchasing requirements and competitive bids. That one's been that made it through more than last time. So things is getting more and more expensive. Water resources, I know it's a big one for Randall County, but also for the city of Canyon, is to continue to maintain a good stewardship of our water, but also to support expanding funding from the state and federal government to have long-term sustainable water resources on all sides. Then obviously Mr. Burns talked about just not basically limiting our communication with our legislature and having our advocates that can be there on a more frequent basis. So that's always a big one. It's been on the last 3 legislative sessions, if not more, that they're just trying to limit that. From a local standpoint, I know I don't have much on the federal level, but we've had a lot of federal success, and I know we are working really well with Ronnie Jackson's staff. They have been great to work with. I haven't had a chance to speak with Kevin Sparks' staff very much, but working with John Smithy's staff, they have worked really well with us. And so I cannot say enough, not just for our elected officials, but their staffs as well, working at their behalf. So a lot of good things to say about the people that we work with and live here with in our area. I did put in here, I know we had done exemption on one of the big other hot topics I didn't mention, I should have, I'm sorry. Daycare obviously is a big challenge right now, not just from having daycares, but just from, compliance standards and feasibilities. It's just hard to make a living in that industry. And I did put that under I think it was under the pro-family policy.
Yes.
Just continuing to support that. I think we did great on doing a tax break, which, I wish could have been more. But whatever and you still have to meet stipulations to get that tax break. So you have to meet stipulations on that tax break to even get it. Just anything we can to help improve that, as well as anything surrounding that. Just same thing. It's kind of along the same lines of housing.
Move to adopt resolution number 02-2025.
Excuse me, I had one, and I'd visit with Joe just a little bit earlier too. One I would like to see us put in there too, and I think it'd be pretty general, but we've got WT in there. I would like that the City of Canyon supports stronger funding for public schools. I think that's important for our community, so. And I actually have visited with the center about that already too.
I agree to that amendment with my motion.
Second.
So we have a motion to approve with the amendment of adding that in. And we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by raising your right hand. Opposed, like sign. Motion passes.
We'll get it in there. And from that webinar, lots of interesting things coming down the pipe, everybody. As if you haven't been keeping up with that, there's lots of stuff. We propose $100,000, as some kind of, as a limit on contracts, and there was one bill proposed for $200,000. So we think that's really getting way out there, and then there were just other things that, not being able to issue COs for a city, and the possibility that the de minimis rate and all those things that have helped us to some degree along the way would go away. Would be, correct me, Bo, that all additional funds that were received revenue-wise,
All surplus.
all surplus funds,
Unbalanced.
any fund balance for the year would go directly to tax relief and not into reserves. That doesn't mean those things will pass, but as we've said before, if someone throws it on the wall in Austin, It may not stick this time, and it may not stick next time, but sooner or later, a lot of those things stick. And that would be I can't believe I shared that in front of Joel, because Bo and I both just imagined the heart attack that Joel would have. Even hearing the discussion of such a thing. But and I think sooner or later, we'll find out, like we always do, the reason for that. We'll find out that one city that has done some things that they shouldn't have been doing. Those stories eventually come up, and you find out why that thing is an idea. But the issue is that one city causes the rest of us. So those are interesting. And of course, they said there were some great things on the agenda too that they'd seen, but they didn't share a lot of those with us. We'll be looking for those too, for the positive things that'll. But anyway, I just wanted to share those, Mr. Mayor, that there's lots of stuff out there.
Thank you for the uplifting, inspirational speech.
Well, as we were both fairly depressed when we left, there were no party hats or unicorns or anything like that associated with it. And they apologized for that and said we just keep doing what we're doing.
So this is a big list. How do you effectively communicate this, or what are the plans to do with this?
What we usually do is we'll send it out to Representative Smithy, his chief of staff, and sit down with him if possible. If we can
Go
get
through the list.
If we can get their ear, yes, and same thing with Sparks, but, time and availability is hard, but we at least send it to them via email at the very least, and we will also send it to TML as well. So, I have let TML, let them last week know just that we were focusing on some of the legislation regarding the alcohol extension with our annexation, that we were having issues with that. So just keeping them in the loop on some of that.
And again, on the webinar, they continue to, as their ability to interact with the legislature possibly becomes limited, they encourage your action and your voice to your legislators, to the people that we elect. They encourage you. The point, there was a comment made. Someone says, I don't want to hear from TML, or I don't want to hear from city staff. I want to hear from the mayor. I want to hear from my mayors. I want to hear from the elected officials. So as we move along, there may be things later on that Joe comes forward with, encouraging you all to make a call, send an email, to reach out on those issues that you feel like are important for our citizens as you hear them, to pass that up.
There's nothing more fun than going down there and getting beaten up in front of a committee.
You've had your share of that.
I get beat up as bad as the county did. Glad they went first.
All right, well, thank you all for working at that. Yeah, working to get the list. Anyway. Item number 15, it's an update on the bond election. Megan?
So, on the flip side, I am all party hats and unicorns. So, I'm here with some more exciting and bright news. So I've been working very closely with Gretchen as well as with Wendy Swope with W Marketing. She was a recommendation from Sims for some help for our communications efforts for this bond. I have a loose calendar in the 4 days since I printed it out last. It's changed about 3 times. So I don't have this for y'all, but you can kind of follow along with me based off of the actual election calendar. Right now we're working on our messaging and building up our website. So that includes a lot of information about the growth of Canyon. We're really focusing on really what the last 25 years have looked like and how much we've grown since then. I would have loved to have gone back to the 1970s, but we didn't have as many required reports back then. And so I'm showing the growth in the last 25 years of where Canyon was and where Canyon is and how we're continuing to grow every single day with businesses and with
with more residents and with so many people coming in. We will start filming next week. The police and fire departments are both super excited for me to bring in film crews, because part of this will be an educational video about what the actual proposed bond breaks down into. So I know we've been talking about it for months and months and years, and we have a pretty good concept of what's going into it and what specifically is going into the police department and what specifically is going into Station 1 versus the annex versus the Lindsay training field. But most likely the average resident doesn't know specifically what we're trying to do on each thing. And so the video will be one long video that will kind of hit the overarching concepts, but it'll also split into little vignettes to go on social media of here's just what we're doing in the police department. Here's just what we're doing with the different fire departments. Here's just what the overarching bond looks like for you as a resident. We will launch our website on the 31st, so next Friday. That will go in tandem with the agenda packet for the February 4th meeting, which will have proposing that we call the bond election on the 4th. And so that's why we'll have that website ready by then. We'll continue to add things onto it as we get more information, but that will have really the nuts and bolts of here are the financials. I've made sure and I've checked with Bo that the math is right, but we'll have a calculator on there that people will be able to input what their home value is worth, and it'll spit out what additional dollars will look like. So while the numbers that we had that Bo presented to you a couple of weeks ago were the $279,000-ish house. Average home, that's not every home. And so people can actually input what their personal home's value is worth. We are gonna hit it off pretty quick. We'll have a billboard installed on southbound 27, so the one at Hollywood. Currently that is owned by or leased out through Choice Media by the Chamber of Commerce. They are gracious enough to let us use it for the next 4 months. We will be paying for that, of course, but they don't really have anything that needs to go up there right now, and so we'll have an educational billboard that just says, we are having a proposed bond election, here's where you can find more information. It's that way people, when they're driving back from Amarillo, going back home here to Canyon, they see that and they think, oh, okay, I should look at that when I go back home, when I get to work, when I'm going where I want to go. We'll start with, I know we'll have Rotary on the 4th and 11th. That's one of the things that's changed already. And we'll launch a flash vote survey on the 5th and 6th of February. So I don't know if y'all remember us talking about flash vote. It is a survey, it's a community survey platform specifically used by local governments. I had a nice talk with Kevin today, actually. And we've got, a couple hundred participants so far, but he'll also do direct messaging. So how it works is that he'll take numbers in this area and text them specifically through whatever platform they use to try and target new people that may not have signed up for it already. But that will be specific to in town. So while someone right on the outside of city limits may be able to sign up for it, we will be able to filter the results by who lives within city limits and who would be a voter.
Big reasons on flash vote, just to remind everybody, is one of the things on some of the GFOA budget requirements is we got to have an annual community survey. That's one of the things they really push in some of the critiques that Bo and Mr. Wright and I receive on that award.
Bo and I actually just spoke about community surveys today, so we'll plan for one of those later in the spring, but this will really kick us off. We'll launch the full video the week after. Stephanie Tucker with our EDC has welcomed us to their coffee and conversation the week of the 12th. And then we'll start the next week with direct mailers with initial information. So those direct mailers would be something like these postcards that we normally send out. These go to all of our
water residents. And so that's also how we know specifically where they're going, is that they've actually started water service with us. And then we'll start doing some before and after tours specific to the media in late February. And so that's going to show, hey, this is what the police station looks like right now, and here's what it could look like. Here are the drawings. It's kind of what y'all have been on when y'all were doing the tours, especially in the early days, is it's letting the media in and giving them a little bit more of an in-depth behind the scenes viewing of, okay, let's actually walk the entire fire station. While I have media come in and do interviews at the fire station, they come in, they do their single interview, they take a little bit of B-roll and they leave. They're not looking actually at what did the dormitories upstairs look like? What do they notice the fact that there's not an elevator in there right now? With these tours, we're able to actually really walk through and give people more of a behind the scenes. I'll say that Brick and Elm has done some really interesting ones with Amarillo's new city hall. And so if you want some examples of those, I can send you some of the articles that they've written. Just about every other week, we're doing something. So that's either something on social media that is a water bill insert. So those inserts that you get with those physical water bills, we send out loosely 2,500 to 2,700 of those a month. It varies month to month depending on how many people have signed up for digital versus physical mailings, but that's a pretty average for us. That's us going to the Chamber of Commerce's Women in Business. So we're really trying to get out there and get in front of people and really make sure that we have information and that our spokespeople can answer those harder questions of, well, what does this actually mean for me? Okay, great. Let's one-on-one with people instead of having this kind of blanket statement of this is what might happen. Is let's go one-on-one. Let's talk to people where they're at and answer their questions. That'll include doing neighborhood visits, specifically going to neighborhoods like Canyon East, Madison Park, just different areas, and again, talking to people, making sure specifically they know their questions can be answered. We'll take a break during CISD spring break just because everyone is out at the beach having fun and social media is nearly always filled with things that are going on. Same for Easter weekend, but we'll also be reminding people when the last day to register to vote is. We'll be reminding them where their locations are for early voting and for voting. We'll be doing some half-page ads in the Canyon News. And all of this is very, very fluid. So if we realize that neighborhood visits aren't going anywhere, okay, great. Let's turn on those and say, instead, let's try and do a meet and greet at one of our local restaurants, or let's do a different mailer, or we have a lot of options, thankfully. The only thing that is pretty concrete is a billboard, because that has to be designed and the vinyl has to be printed and installed, but nearly everything else is extremely flexible and we'll be moving along with it, and things will change because we might say that one form of communication is more effective than the other, so let's lean on that instead.
Will you be providing the commission with talking points at some
Of
point in
course.
time?
So
Talk a little bit about that.
I have that. I actually just talked with Joel and we gave them to our bond counsel. They're helping us make sure that we do not lean into anything that is politically advertising. Because we're not a PAC, we can't sway or try and convince or try and all we can do is educate. So all we can do is let people know this is what it is, and these are the hard numbers, and about as black and white as you can get. But those have gone through the bond council. They're on Joe's desk right now. And those will be turned into fact sheets. Those will be turned into rack cards. Those will be turned into physical things that, while you as a commission can have them as talking points, we'll also have the fact sheets for the Rotaries, the Women in Business, the Lions Clubs, everything like that. We can hand those out and people can take those home. We'll have scannable QR codes on those that we can track and actually see how many people are looking at them. So once those are good, they're
I'm hoping to have those printed by the 4th. That way you can have them at Rotary.
Megan, this is probably part of those, but, and I know, Jay, we can't call them selling points, but they are talking points and really important communication to get across. But, to me, the alternatives of not doing this, there are some things that just really aren't good, and somehow to be able to put that out there. But one is, we really can't go 24-hour staffing effectively and long-term model without doing something with the fire. And so we basically have to go down this road to get there. And then that, along with just maybe education on the ISO rating and what that means. One, that affects our insurance costs, but that ISO rating, without going down those roads to improve to where we have that staffing and can keep proper staffing, but then also, the training room out there at the training center is another big piece for the ISO rating too. But just some of those things too that, I think everybody in general is in favor of police and fire, but there are a couple of those pieces that, just are going to be tough roads to go down if we don't go.
And while the website will have what I call the long list of projects, so that really goes into detail about the very specific things that we're looking at doing, we're boiling it down also into some shorter talking points of, okay, here are 3 things that I can say we're doing at the police station. Here are 3 things I can say that are going on at Station 1. Because sometimes all you have is an elevator pitch. Sometimes all you have is a couple of seconds to talk to someone because you're in line at the grocery store and they say, hey, I heard that y'all proposed a bond for May. What's in it? And so that's going to be the shorter of things, but you'll also have extreme access to all of the longer versions of things as will everyone else. So it's all very fluid, but it's hitting the ground running. I actually just got the first version of the billboard today. And so that should install the week of us calling the election.
And Joel, this week, we should hear from bond counsel on the
Approval from the Attorney General's office.
verbiage, right?
That's tomorrow.
Draft,
Supposed to be today.
the agenda item for next meeting, for that February 4th meeting.
Okay. So that's coming in. They're getting all that approved so that we get it. It's approved by the Attorney General. It'll be coming forward to you all. Steve and Matt have been working like band cheese with their staff at the what we still call Gold Star. We're gonna have to stop that sooner or later, but at Gold Star, things are looking good over there. They've made dramatic headway. They've worked hard. They're moving along with that process.
Bo's had to inventory everything.
Bo has taken pictures of all kinds of wonderful things.
Yes.
And there'll be an auction for those fine things, Bo.
I'm hoping to get something to auctioneers by the end of this week, so hopefully we can have a link to an online auction next week.
Okay. So if you would like multiple lateral files, we have them for you. Please come see us. We'd be happy to sell those to you.
Christmas is coming
It-
back.
Yes.
Sounds like a conflict, I'm not real sure.
If you would,
Fit online.
if you would like fireproof filing cabinets that do not have locks on them, but they are fireproof and they are heavy. If you'd like those, we have several of those. There are several things that,
Several you have pickups, and there might just be random things that show up in the back of said pickups.
so please be watching for that.
Might be just a gift.
Beyond that, we continue to move. We haven't really had any conversations with the architects of late. We will get back with them. They've been trying to open a building in Amarillo, a big, very large one for the city of Amarillo. But they'll be back to us here soon. We've asked for a couple of extra drawings, some schematics on some things, and they felt like they could get those to us. So that kind of gives you an update of where we are on the whole process.
What's the communication with staff look like about how they can communicate this to the public?
Goes back to the talking points that are on my desk.
It's also that,
They're gonna get the same instructions we are?
yes.
So, a lot of this goes back to, and something that Joel and I have spoken in length about, is that anytime anyone is acting as either a staff member or representative of the city, or if tax dollars are being used, that's where those talking points come in, is because these are things we're allowed to say when we're not swaying, we're not trying to convince, we're just educating people. And so staff will also be instructed on, very specifically, if it gets to those bigger questions and people, they feel like maybe they're not ready or comfortable to answer any of those things, we'll have spokespeople in each department. And so I know for sure Matt and Chief are going to be some of our top people, and Dennis and Vince, and letting them say, oh, okay, well, let's really go through it again. Let's take the long road and let's talk through all of these points if people are really asking those bigger questions.
And when you're not wearing your city hat,
You're always wearing your city hat.
There are certain people that are always identified as city staff members, and there would be certain people that may not be identified as city staff members. Their world may not consider them a city staff member all the time. So the way they deal with things could be different.
Yeah, I wonder about the muddy water of a volunteer at the fire department. And then
Correct.
if you can, whenever y'all get those things settled, I think I've already been contacted by an association that wants to have an opinion about this. And
Okay.
so I'm sure Canyon Firefighters Association probably is gonna need some direction on what they can say. I mean, it may not be anything that you can say about what they say, but they probably still need some direction on that. And there's an association in Amarillo that's absolutely wants to weigh in, so.
Be great.
we should hear pretty quick on those comments on those
Okay.
talking points, Cody, I'm hoping. Very soon.
I mean, they may not care what you say, because they're probably gonna say what they wanna say.
But they have a right to do
I was
that.
about to say,
They
it's
do, but they wanna play by the rules.
that, especially everyone has those First Amendment rights, and when it gets down to it, it's just, are you representing the city right now when you're saying these things, or are you having a conversation as you as a person?
And we as elected officials have more leeway than what you all do as paid employees, I believe.
It's very muddy, as Cody indicated. It would probably, the ones that don't have, like, I don't have any leeway.
You don't.
I don't have any leeway. Now, if Joe was, sitting there drinking some bourbon with Gary, but I have my city hat on all the time. Technically, you have your city hat on all the time because you were an elected member.
We're gonna give you suggestions and probably give you some rails, and how you stay on those rails becomes a personal decision that you make, Gary.
110%.
Factual information is always okay. And that's what we're gonna focus on.
Those are those talking points and those quick facts, is that we can plainly say, this is what is happening at PD, this is what is happening at Station 1, this is what's happening here. It's all black and white.
When a lot of things you said, Gary, are black and white, we dropped from an ISO 4 rating.
Well, it's also black and white. Lower ISO rating's gonna cost more on homeowners insurance.
Well, I think what's getting a little muddy is the only time we've ever done this really, besides the cap, which was different, is in an alcohol election, and that's a moral problem. That's where that gets muddy, is you get into this moral debate with people. This is just facts. This is what it is. I think the line is clear for me.
So I'll have those to you as soon as I can, and we're gearing up and ready to go.
Do you have your Women in Business Day?
It is March.
March, okay.
The Women in Business Day is March 5th. I do have that confirmed. Any other questions?
All right, well, thank you, Megan, appreciate it. Appreciate you jumping in the middle of it. So, it's gonna be a busy time, man, so. Item number 16 takes us to executive session pursuant to 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.072, deliberation about real property, and 551.074 for personnel matters, Assistant City Attorney, Board appointments for Canyon Housing Authority and Canyon Area Library Board. And with that, I have 6:05, and we are in executive session.